What is up, folks? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Sunday fun day, August 18th, 2024. Standing at Polderbaan, the beginning. They've cut the grass quite rigorously over here. The field they left intact, but over here actually substantial cutting back. Not sure if they also did that on the northern side of the runway, where I usually go to for arrivals, but it bodes well. Herpy underway. German Airways, Embraer 190, flying on behalf of KLM, off to Leeds. And a very good morning to everybody who's joined. Hope you're doing well. Mostly blue skies, bit hazy. No significant clouds in the vicinity. Parallel departures taking place and a Britty hopper next to take off. I already am noticing that I mounted my remote a bit inconveniently, so I'm already moving it a little bit. Otherwise the cables will mingle with it, with the control rocker. This should be better. Easy start of the day with some narrow bodies going out. This is a KLM Britty hopper going to Humberside, another Embraer 190. And off she goes. Good morning, everybody. Marja, goedemorgen. Finnair, Jan Kees, Siegfried, Voids Aviation, Zivi, Erwin, Ed, Paul, Leo, JD. Good morning, all. So this is the Polderbaan, and yeah, near zero wind. This is the scale of chimney smoke, vague and vertical. Now Windfinder does indicate that wind is expected to pick up later in the day. Here we go. Let me order the tabs. It is expected to pick up. Wind is going to stay in the northerly corner, more or less, turning more to the northwest later in the day, which results in the current runway configuration. Parallel departures, landing on Kaagbaan, same as yesterday. Secondary runway for arrivals is expected to be 36 right, and Polderbaan the dedicated runway for outbound traffic, at least for the upcoming hours. Yeah, there are airplanes coming in. 747s are coming in. They're going to land far away from over here, so how much we can see of it remains to be seen. The Emirates flight from Dubai, the A380, is expected around 1:15 local time. And the METAR boring. CAV OK, no significant changes. 19 degrees C, variable wind, 2 knots. High pressure METAR. Firefighters, you might hear them. They have already done their round. Passed by as I was still setting up. And also putting on sunscreen. Came out here with my shorts and a vest on. Quickly noticed that the vest was too warm. And also the haziness and the cloudiness that was here initially started to open up, so had to apply sunscreen as well. did forget to charge my power station yesterday, so I came out with a power station that is at 60%, means that 40% was used yesterday. Assuming a similar stream length, we should manage. If everything, if we do get a sudden outage, it is because I forgot to charge the power station yesterday. But we had a 60% full power station. Normally we should be able to do 2 streams, unless the streams are really long during storms or something like that. I think that's when that first happened, that I had 2 consecutive days with stormy weather and 4 to 5 hour streams, and then it wasn't able to manage the entire second stream. We should be good. Shamrock A320 to Cork in the old standard livery. Actually, maybe we can see from over here if they also cut the grass on the other side. That still looks a bit, it still looks like stuff is high, rising above the concrete of the bridge over here. So I think it might only be this side that they have cut the grass from. Sally Seagull saying hi in a flyby. Good morning to all viewers. Also on behalf of Sally the Seagull. RDW, goedemorgen. André en Andrea, good morning and good evening. Mevrouw Robin, goedemorgen. Mr. Hilton, good morning. Canal Kurdistan, good morning. Lois, good morning. Jean-Yves, salut mon ami. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. So, there is a 737-800 to Oslo coming this way. The fire engines are backing into the station again. Hey Jillard, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again mate. Hope all is well. Matt, goedemorgen kerel. they keep beep beep. It's like a beeper. So yeah, absolutely wind still here. No Viagra in the air. That windsock is flaccid AF. Hey Ronald, goedemorgen. Raphael, goedemorgen. Bart, goedemorgen. Bart asks, do you know all the seagulls by name? I do. All the seagulls, all the coots, all the grebes. If you've been coming here so frequently and for such a long time as I have, you start to form a bond with them. Is that the baby bus? It is the baby bus. Air France baby bus, Air Baguette. Omelette du fromage. Hey Jay, good morning. Jay asks when I will be going back to parking P3. That I don't know yet. That is dependent on the wind and also the weather. If the weather is favorable and the wind is favorable, you can go to P3 and to threshold 18 left. And to be frank, I think I like the audio better from the threshold. Also, way easier for me to access. Can park right on the other side of the road. So, P3 I will return to at some point. Don't know yet exactly when. Ahmad, good morning. Cheaters Lane FKA. FKA. Morgen Remco. I have to say, I'm not sure what the FKA stands for. Or is the F supposed to be an A? Mark says possibly the first stream I have seen where the word flaccid has been used. Yeah, we're forerunners over here. We are at the cutting edge of streaming here. We have all the best words. Stijn, goedemorgen. Jaden, good morning. Gisela, Morgan, good to see you again. Hope all is well. KLM flight 1199 to Oslo, 737-800. Helene, goedemorgen. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Hey, Ricardo says, I saw a 777-300 Air fly above my house in Wateringen. Is it coming my way? Are you sending them to us? That would be nice. We're not going to see them land unless they land on Polderbaan, which right now I don't see any airplanes flying to. He's not in the immediate vicinity of the runway. Maybe they are a bit further out. Oh! Stopped again. Time for church. I heard church bells ringing. It is a Sunday, of course. Must be in Haarlem. E2 Embraer to Nice, which is Nice. KLM flight 1475. Narrowbody's Exodus. Nice combo shot there with another airplane that just took off from the same runway. But going to the south, Mayday 180. Backlight is not very favorable to see a lot of details. And just in the nick of time to see the remnants of what looks like either a 777 or 787-10. Triple. Hey Petra, Ashley, good morning. Good morning Oscar. Infinity, goedemorgen. Basil, good morning. More departures taking place from center right now. Another E2 going out to Munich. Shamrock to Dublin is coming this way. We already had the one going to Cork. And I also see, is that inbound or outbound? That's outbound. A Delta A350 is coming this way. Destined to go to Detroit. Right. K2 in the meantime. This is bird control K2. And with the pickup truck with just the two that we saw yesterday was a VW, but this is a Ranger Raptor. Case 2, 3 and 4 are Fords. K1 is a VW. Mevrouw Robin asks, are you there tomorrow? The answer is no. Tomorrow I will not be streaming. I'm keeping the Mondays as a day off for the time to come. To also balance out other aspects of life. Embraer 190 to Gdansk is following the Shamrock that we now see. The airplane to Gdansk on the far right. They're coming this way. Dirk also in the chat. Goedemorgen. Takeoffs to be seen. Indeed. Siegfried asks, what got you into plane spotting? I really don't know. I've been wanting to become a pilot ever since I was young. Initially fighter pilot, then I got glasses, then I wanted to go become a civilian pilot. Then it turned out that you needed less strong glasses than I had at the time. Later it turned out it wasn't so bad. My eyes also improved somewhat. Tried to get into KLM Flight Academy, only had to do the medical, and then it turned out I was color vision deficient, albeit mildly, but severe enough not to be able to get a class 1 medical. In the meantime, ULS A310 going to Istanbul. UNS Cargo. Happy New Year. Where is our culprit? Hiding a little bit. Thought I saw him there. You can run, but you can't hide. What are they having for breakfast? Hey, what's this I see? Is that the first headshot of the day? I think it might be. I think it is. Shamrock Flight 603 to Dublin, Ireland, A320. ID. I need to see ID. That's the registration. 20-year-old airplane. First flight June 2004. More line cutters. Embraer 190 to Gdansk doing the same. KLM Flight 1303. What up, Captain? Hadi Rolf, Fritz. Morning one and all. Hope everybody is having a great Sunday. Good early morning, David. Tuning in from South Orange County. Up late still probably. Time difference, 9 hours. Right, it's not the LA-28 Olympic special livery that we see, but it is a Delta A350 to Detroit. In the background we saw a KLM 737 takeoff. Airlines Flight 133 leading the way. Behind it is an E2 Embraer, another one going to Bergen. Hey there Brody, good morning, good to see you again mate. Now entering from the right is KLM 787 going to Sint Maarten. That's an Airbus A330-200. Vodka time. Another E2 in the background taking off by the looks of it. Yep, to Firenze, Florence. It's called Florence, but Italians call it Firenze to confuse the tourists. Hey. We have a cheater. KLM Flight 1165 to Bergen, E2 Embraer, 195, PH NXN, 2 years old. First flight somewhere in 2022, but the glitch in flight radar is only showing the year, not the month. Choop. Other lights go on. Whale sounds, spooling up of engines. Showtime. In the meantime, to my right, I am starting to hear those CF6s of the A330. As the A350 behind me has lined up on the threshold already. Delta Airlines Flight 133, destination Detroit, Michigan, A350-900, 6 years old, first flight November 2017. Hey there Harry, good morning. Loco, good morning. Hans, good morning. Let's turn around quickly. CF6s of the KLM A330-200 to Sint Maarten are going to spool up pretty soon. Airbus A330-200, KLM Flight 787. It's the FWOW, PHAOE. 18-year-old airplane, first flight July 2006. KLM Flight 601 to LAX is also coming this way, 787-10. The next airplane by the looks of it. Good morning Martin. Gerardus, goedemorgen, good morning. All is calm over here. Quiet as a mouse. Beautiful silence. Except my babbling and airplanes taking off from center. In the meantime, KLM flight 601 is arriving. More is on the way. 787-10 to Bogota is also coming this way. 777-300 to Paramaribo is also coming this way by the looks of it. I see that American to Dallas has been pushed back. That's 777-200. 777-200 to Minneapolis from KLM is also active on the platform, so seems that we are in for a heavy exodus pretty soon. Well, it's already begun, I should say. Bom dia, Miguel. Tuning in from Portugal. Good morning, Frank. Nicholas, good morning. Happy Sunday to Jordyland. How's the kitten doing? Rakete 88, guten Morgen. Severi, good morning. Hope I pronounced that somewhat properly. Yeah. Giving a wave. He wasn't looking. Hey Marijn, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Leiden, not too far away. Ange also back in the chat. Good to see you, Ange. Hope all is well. Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. KLM flight 601 coming this way. After LAX in a moment. 787-10. We're going to see two consecutive 787-10s. KLM flight 741 is also coming this way. I think it's almost going to be visible in the background already. It is approaching the left-hand turn to come this way. Maybe we can just about see it. I think we can. Another 787-10 to Bogota, Colombia. Yep, there it is. This is the PHBKD, 4-year-old airplane, first flight November 2019. Turning and burning. Nice. My phone just gave me a warning that I consumed 2 gigabytes of data, and that's all well and good. I need to adjust that warning because I have a bundle on my private phone that is bigger than that, so false alarm. QJ asks if I'm still around 1:45. That is still in the making, yeah, absolutely. Hope that we might be able to see a glimpse of the A380 from over here. Hey Monique, goedemorgen and thank you so much. What up Alan, good to see you mate. Beautiful day to piss people off, right? EasyJet taking off from center. This is KLM flight 741 to Bogota. Always a great day to piss someone off, absolutely. It's not been a good day until you've pissed someone off, until you've ruffled some feathers, right? Right, KLM flight 741 to Bogota, 787-10 Dreamliner, 3-year-old airplane, first flight August 2020. Now folks, if you just joined us, welcome to the show. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing along the Polderbaan, the beginning of the runway. Departures take place to the north today, runway 36 right. They've cut the grass over here, at least on this side of the bridge that you see in the distance. It does look like on the north side things are still overgrown somewhat. Over here it is quite flat and open. Visibility in the canal and onto the canal is perfect. Not a lot of birds to be seen. You could see Harry the Heron in the distance. Big picture overview, bit hazy. And the water is like a mirror, and so too is the scale of chimney smoke. Vertical. Landings take place on Kaagbaan, runway 06, secondary runway is going to be 36 right. And this is what you can see over here from landings to 06. In the meantime, lined up over here is KLM flight 713 777-300 to Paramaribo in Suriname. 3-year-old airplane. Good morning, Arnold. And Jane, good morning. Good to see you again. Jane says, man, this looks a lot worse without the grass. It is easier accessible and easier to set things up for me though, has to be said. But you're right, it does look very barren here now. In the meantime, narrow bodies are heading to the threshold. We have two KLM 737s, an 800 and a 700 behind it. Moving to the runway threshold. Gives me a moment to highlight Nicholas's super chat message and say a big thank you to both you and to Donna. Have a coffee from Donna and I. Thanks for the effort you put into your AMS Live content. Cheers, boy. Chin chin. Thank you both so much, Nicholas and Donna. Very much appreciated. I do my best. Glad that you are liking what you're seeing, and I hope that goes for everybody. Don't forget to drop a like if you haven't already. If you do like the content, don't do it for me, but for the other people who might be interested in content such as this, but who haven't come across the channel yet. Your like helps to improve the discoverability. We have two 737s now taking off, and then it is an A332 Houston that is next to take off. The 737-800 lined up right now is going to go to bloody Helsinki. KLM flight 1251. The PHBXA, 25 years old. First flight January 1999. Oh yeah, absolutely, Frank. Less chance of getting bitten by ticks. Absolutely right, my friend. From a practical standpoint, I absolutely love that they finally cut the grass, but aesthetically it looks a bit barren. CF6s, or at least the engines of an A330, quite clearly audible. Wouldn't that be something if it now turned to the right and took Cheater's lane and went ahead of the 737 that is now lined up? Of course, it's always nice to dream, but alas, it's not going to happen. 737-700 to Aberdeen, KLM flight 913. Windmills in the background, not spinning at all. Indicative of the absence of wind. Normally, whenever there's just a slight breeze, they will spin a little bit. Not doing that is indicative of near zero wind. We have another line cutter in the form of an E2 Embraer 195. Going to Göteborg, or Game of Thrones, GOT. Flight 1231, PHNXG. 2-year-old airplane, first flight November 2021. Marijn asks, wasn't the PHBXA the one that had the retro livery back in the day? I think you might be right, but I don't know for sure. Google is your friend in that respect, but I think you might be right on with that. Hadi Christel, goedemorgen. Ik kom er zo aan. Oké. Petrikov, good morning. Nice new thumbnail you got. Yeah, clickbaity as fuck, but nice to pull in curious people, right? KLM flight 661 to Houston, Texas, A330 300. The fuck thee. I don't say fuck you, I say fuck thee. Peter K, good morning. Lois, good morning. Ben from Haarlem, morgen. Hi de Leo Neighborino. Richard, goedemorgen. Sebastian, goedemorgen. Huh? Oh, that must be one of the horses. I heard a horse. Now, behind the trees over there, there's a small field and 2 or 3 horses are over there. Hey. Ripples in the water. Now, was that a grebe or a fish, I wonder? Gary fudging grebe. You mother ducker. KLM flight 655 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. 777-200 Beautiful growl. Hey, Lisa also back in the chat. Goedemorgen. Lima Alpha Delta, good morning. Erwin, goedemorgen. Ah, you noticed, yeah. Set the place on fire. You hardly see the remnants of the fire anymore, but I thought it was getting too tall. Needed some space. Set the place on fire. Go stream in different locations for a few weeks. With the excuse of trying out new things, you know. Not to raise any suspicion. Got what I wished for. It worked. Hey Jeroen, goedemorgen. Jeroen and Geert, both. Good morning. This is EasyJet flight 22514 to Luton. Don't look if you're Luton intolerant. You might get a bad case of diarrhea. Now, beautiful winglets over there on that A319, bit above and below the wing. Now here's an Embraer 175. If you want to see how if you want to know what the difference is between the Embraer 190 and the Embraer 175, you have to look at the winglets. These ones are rather tall and outward facing. Those on the Embraer 190 are shorter and more vertical. Obviously, fuselage length, if you look at the airplane from the side, it's also easy to spot, but from the front or from the back, it's the winglets that tell you immediately what it is. If it doesn't have winglets and it has big engines, it's probably an E2. Dirk says, so I guess Luton's nickname is Celiaci City. I like that one. What do you know? Celiaci City, indeed. All the sea legs go to Luton. This is American Airlines Flight 221, 777-200 to Dallas in Texas. Piotrke, good morning. Hammy, Koen, goedemorgen. Thank you for the kind words, Alan. Great quality streaming from you, boy. Always a pleasure to be a member, Mother Ducker. Glad to have you, mate. Glad to have you. Ryanair up next. Ryanair to Dublin, flight 421. Ricardo asks, why does KLM not buy an Airbus A380? That's a good question. I think that KLM has so many other wide bodies that the A380 is too expensive. It has 4 engines, it has a lot of seats that need to be filled. I'm not sure if they can fill them, and if it is economically more viable for them to operate such a big airplane or fly with smaller airplanes that have 2 engines and maybe are a bit more fuel efficient. But it's a good question. I don't know the answer for sure. This is just me guessing. So if anybody wants to chime in, by all means, please do. Ryanair on their way to Dublin. 12-year-old airplane. And the first flight somewhere in 2012. Nicholas says, boy, what does the German baker say to his morning customers? Guten Morgen. Sehr schön. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. BA up next. Flight 429 to London Heathrow. 24-year-old airplane. First flight May 2000. Guten Morgen heute Morgen. Morning North Sky Aviation, tuning in from Newcastle. Now, we have a line cutter, although not yet lined up. I'm thinking it is going to take off at least after this airplane, which is already lined up. Also a big thank you to Edwin, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you so much for choosing AMS Live and the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Hope you will like it in the lounge, and be sure to spam us with the custom emojis that you now have access to. Thank you so much for your support, mate. The sound from the right is getting stronger. KLM flight 1005, also to London Heathrow. 737-800. You bloody cheat. Hey, Lance also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope it's all is well. Turning and burning. Another custom emoji. If you just joined us, welcome to the show, folks. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing along Polderbaan, runway 36 left. At the moment, the only runway being used for departures. Or is it? Thought... No, center is also still used. Parallel departures, in fact. So the center runway is being used for outbound traffic already, not for inbound traffic. Still has to go through the process of ILS calibration. It's expected to last for a few more weeks, and then somewhere in September, maybe October, parallel arrivals will also take place with winds from the south, southwest. In the meantime, most of the time it is always wind dependent. Most of the time runway 27 is being used as secondary runway for arrivals these days, when wind is blowing from the southwest or from the south or from the west. Parallel departures to the north, runway 06 Kaagbaan and Aalsmeerbound runway 36 right are the runways used for arrivals today. Hardly any wind, it's a bit hazy, although if you look up directly above, definitely blue in the sky. It's not going to rain. Still a bit more cloudiness, haziness land inward. This is a 777-300 to Lima in Peru. KLM flight 743. After Lima for Lima beans. The PHBVI. This was... She is 12 years old. First flight of this airplane was in June 2012. Also a big thank you to Peter, who just now gifted a membership. See that Arnaud was the recipient. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, Arnaud. Don't forget to say thank you to Peter. Peter, thank you so much for your gifted membership, and welcome, Arnaud. Frank says, what does a flower grower say in the morning? Grow morning. Goedemorgen. It is a joke that only works in Dutch, it has to be said. Focus. Pure focus. Hey the cat, good morning. Graham, good morning, happy Sunday. Nicholas, have you all heard about the top secret gluten-free bakery? I don't think so, it's on a knead-to-dough basis. Dude. Hey. Lipstick Air with... who's that? Knut. With the haircut of Blackadder. KLM member 175 to Hamburger. Oh. Jane asks, did you just say Blackadder? I certainly did. This is a Max 8 Norwegian to Copenhagen with Knut or Blackadder on the tail. 2-year-old airplane, first flight August 2022. Michael not there yet. He's going to miss out on a CRJ. Nicholas is on a roll. What did the hamburger say when it pleaded not guilty? I've been flamed. Right, what's that? That's Bulgaria Air going to Sofia, the A220. Right, leaving without Michael in the chat is this CRJ, also going to Copenhagen, SAS flight 552. 8-year-old airplane, first flight April 2016. I've got a plan so cunning, you could put a tail on it and call it a weasel, absolutely. Yeah, 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 yeah. What up, Roasty Posty? Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. I think we just missed the departure of a heavy from center, which is flying right there. Shiny. Reflective. Shh. So quiet. Let's see. We'll have to wait a little bit for the next airplane to take off from Polderbaan. In the meantime, we have a departure from the center runway. That is... What do you notice about the livery? Exactly. That's the old KLM livery with the straight stripe. Going to Barcelona. KLM Flight 1513. Hey Paul, good to see you, mate. Hope you've had a good weekend so far. Good to have you back, mate. Blackburst, good morning. Holland Wings, good morning. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. Waiting for the next airplane to come this way. Right now, departures seem to be taking place on the center runway. Alt is going to be next to Tel Aviv, 737-900. Just missed the touchdown. Oh, there's two. Are they friends or not? Looks like an inspection is going on. Absolutely, Paul, absolutely. Great weekend so far. Right, looks like an inspection is taking place. EasyJet A320 to Luton is coming this way, has just taxied around the southern threshold of the center runway, lined up on the center runway. Is a 777-200 to Bangalore, which we will follow in a moment. Will become visible any moment. AV, guten Morgen, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Frank says, what did Ahmed the lawyer say? Silence, I bill you. Man, fantastic. 787-10 to Zanzibar is lining up next to take off after this airplane. This is KLM flight 879 to Bangalore. 777-200 PHBQM, 18 years old, first flight 2006, March. Also a massive big thank you to Peter for your 10 months of continued support as a member. How time flies. Already 10 months, 2 more before going green, mate. Thank you so much for your continued support. Hope all is still well in the lounge. Do let me know if something isn't in order. Let me see what I can do to fix it. Thank you so much for your support there, Peter. And Lisa cannot keep up with the tempo of the jokes. Yeah. It's straf tempo. What does a hamburger in the stomach say after the 15th beer lands down on him from above? Geez, that must be one hell of a party. I'm going to take a look. Alrighty, this is the 787-10, the KLM 100 years. Yep, it is. Right, there's the one, the other one was a bit further away. They're probably friends. What's that I'm hearing? What's that? This bird? Oh, other birds over there. All kinds of bird noises I normally don't hear here. K3 almost done with the check. Russell also is a bit warm. The beak is open for ventilation. Next inbound airplane to take off from Polderbaan. EasyJet flight 22516 to Luton, Celiac City. A320neo. Now my flight radar tells me, oh wait, okay. the airplane was pointing towards the tower, but it's actually the airplane that just took off from center, Air France, and now it is pointing in the direction it is flying. Happy New Year! Another year gone by. How quickly does time fly? EasyJet continuing to the threshold. The Pyromaniac K3. Near that box, red and white, you have to look closely. The rail of the bridge is blocking it half. QJ says Silkway to Baku also has the transponder on. 777 freighter but think it is candidate for 18C. If it is going to Baku, then very likely. Delta flight 73 to Atlanta is coming. A330 Atlanta. Vueling in the meantime, taking off from center to Barcelona. EasyJet A320neo to London Luton. 5 years old. Guzhus. GUZHS. Doesn't sound that pretty. Lois says Exodus on the way. Bring it on, I say. Meep meep. Meow. This morning I've also been trying to use the remote, the Zoom remote, to see if maybe I can get better pans with it. I'm not sure yet if it works better than my original configuration. It's good for subtle zooming. Maybe just pushing the buttons is a bit better. If the zooms sometimes look a bit odd, suddenly zooming out quickly or in quickly, that is because I was trying to use the remote, which is input based. The harder you push, the harder it zooms. We have Bombardier C-Series from Air Baltic coming in to Tallinn, Ballin and Tallinn. Delta A330 to Atlanta is also coming this way. 777 to Baku, but that is likely going to take off from center. Letitia asks if I will be streaming tomorrow, and the answer is no, sorry. KLM. Another Vueling A320 to Bilbao is lining up on center. TUI 767-300 to Lanzarote. Will that be taking off from Polderbaan, I wonder? Probably not. Probably need. Hey, 3 back-to-back Deltas coming this way. Delta flight 135, 161 and 73. Is that going to be 3 consecutive 777 A330-300s then? Probably. Where's the TUI 767 going to take off from? Center or left? Now a massive big thank you to Holland Wings, who just now gifted 10 memberships. What the fudge? Thank you so much, Holland Wings. That is above and beyond. 10 new members courtesy of you. I hope all the recipients will say thank you for it. Welcome new members. Be sure to use those custom emojis that you now have access to. But particularly don't forget to say thank you to Holland Wings for your gifted membership. Holland Wings, thank you so much. Very kind and generous of you. Louis, goedemorgen. Han, goedemorgen. -8 to Oostbaan. To Oostbaan. Arriving over Amsterdam. Not seeing it. Oh, okay, yeah, I was arriving from the southwest. Well, we're waiting for the next traffic. First airplane is already coming this way, but we are going to see if we can follow the departure of Silkway West Airlines, the 777 that we also saw earlier last week land. 777 freighter going to Baku, taking off from center, but a beautiful airplane. Brand new, first flight October 2023. There you go. Now I'll be the first to admit that the lighting isn't optimal this time of day, standing here. I hope you guys can still make out a bit of the livery. Air Baltic next, and we have 3 Delta A330s back to back coming this way, and TUI the 767 to Lanzarote is approaching the threshold of center. Right, means we are going to pan back and forth after Air Baltic has been going Is it throttling up? I've had this before that I was wondering, are they going full throttle? They are now. It's just so quiet. Really had me thinking there for a moment. Something wrong? Are they going to vacate again? Hopefully we'll still be in time. I think we are. Right, lined up on the threshold of center is TUI to Lanzarote, 767 300 24 years old, first flight February 2000. In the meantime, 3 Delta A330s are on their way, and unless some narrow bodies get in between, they are going to be consecutive departures. They're at least taxiing one after another to this runway. Hey there, Dennis, tuning in from Tipperary again. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. All other viewers who've joined in the meantime, welcome. Parallel departures. TUI 767 to Lanzarote from center. Old school sounds. Classical. Nice refreshing breeze in my back, which my t-shirt has become a bit wet from sweating. Feels refreshing. Still hardly any wind here at all. At least the scale of chimney smoke hasn't changed. There may be a few more ripples now than we saw in the beginning of the stream. Let's indulge and have a look at the METAR There's probably a new one out in the meantime. See what has changed. Let's do a refresh. It was KVK before and it is still KVK, but now we have a directional wind 3 knots 1 bow 4. Well, that's better than nothing. Wind speed has been varying between 1 and what is it, 4 knots or something. Temperature, air temperature is 20 degrees C. It feels warmer due to the absence of wind, even though it is a bit hazy. Still, I'm not complaining. Better than rain, cold, needing heated gloves. Let me paste the meter in the ticker for you guys. And for those of you watching who don't know what it means, let me also take you through it. It's the weather report for Schiphol Airport. Gets updated twice an hour, 25 minutes past the hour and 5 minutes to the hour. EHAM is the abbreviation for Schiphol Airport, as is AMS, 2 international abbreviations for the airport. It starts with 180825Z, that means 8:25 Zulu time, the 18th is today. The wind, 310 degrees, 3 knots, wind direction variable between 290 degrees and 350 degrees. KVK means ceiling and visibility are okay. 20 degrees is the air temperature, 13 degrees C is the dew point, the QNH is the air pressure in hectopascals. No SIG means no significant changes in the upcoming 2 hours are expected. And KVK, ceiling and visibility are okay, means that the lower 5,000 feet around the airport don't contain significant clouds and it's not raining or foggy or anything else that reduces visibility. AAA 330, so this is a Delta A990 coming this way. Delta A990. Delta Airlines flight 73 to Atlanta, leading the way. Delta Airlines flight 161 in the middle to Minneapolis. And Delta Airlines flight 179 to Portland, Oregon. Jerry's hometown, number 3. Oh, and there's a fourth coming. There's a fourth coming for Delta A330s. Bloody hell. Bloody Helsinki. It has to make a bit of speed to catch up. Well, no, they have to wait. They will take off consecutively unless a narrow body is also headed out this way. There are a few headed out this way, so I wouldn't be surprised if the departures will not be consecutive. And maybe Air Baltic that is also coming this way, or the Embraer from KLM will be taking cheaters lane in between the 4 deltas. Fourth delta is Delta Airlines flight 135 going to Dallas. Oh man, there is an exodus on their way. They're all crossing the center runway. Means that Polderbaan is once again the only runway for outbound traffic. The 36 right, together with 06, the 2 runways for arrivals. Folks, you are watching AMS Live at your own discretion. Viewer discretion is advised. I cannot be held accountable for loss to any speakers or eardrums. This might get loud. Be careful. Delta Airlines flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia, up first. This A330 is 8 years old and had its first flight in June 2016. Hey Piet, goedemorgen. Lucas, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Lovely to have you back. Hope all is well. Right, visualization of what is coming. Airplanes, airplanes, airplanes. Airplanes, airplanes, Delta. 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 Welcome to Europe's Delta Hub. Another Delta A330. Brody, are you still watching? I thought these were your favorite, right? You must be excited. This is Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Morgen, Danny. Good to have you back. "17-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2007. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 179. Going to Portland, Oregon. Say hi to Jerry Frost. "17-year-old airplane for this one as well. First flight January 2007. So many airplanes right now coming over here. Beautiful. Right, everything is going to the threshold to take off from, so in order of appearance means the 4th consecutive Delta A330 will be next to take off. Delta Airlines Flight 135. 19 years old, first flight July 2005, the oldest one. Lisa is getting a notification that the Delta emoji is exhausted. LOL. Oh, that poor emoji. Fire in the hole. Let's go. Also, remarkable fact, none of the Delta A330s that we saw take off this morning had to abort their landing, had to go back to the gate, had gear retraction issues, had brake heating issues. Smooth sailing. Petrikov says they're all late on departure. Well, I like it. I'm not complaining. Let's see. More A330s. Triple. 7-3. Air Baltic? I think so. Triple. Dreamliner. Air Baltic. 8-20. And reflections. Solar panels or something. Back to a rare Embraer. Going to Bologna. This is an Embraer 190. Take a look at the winglets. Not as tall as with the Embraer 175, and they are more vertically oriented. Those on the 175 are more outward pointing. 10-year-old airplane. It's the Feezy come, Feezy go. You can see that the windmills in the background are still standing still, indicative of near zero wind. Over here I am feeling a slight breeze. Absolutely something is blowing. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke also seems to indicate a bit of movement, ever so slightly though. Water is still more or less a mirror. Air Baltic up next. 8-20 to Vilnius. No time to waste, gotta move with haste. Next airplane is a wide body and it will not have to wait long. This is United Airlines Flight 908 going to Chicago, 7878 Dreamliner, 10-year-old airplane, first flight February 2014. The wings creep upward and upward as the airplane gains speed, and then when it rotates you can see the classical curve, the iconic curve I should say. Trademark 787 wing shape. The AMS Live logo, indeed. Gear up. Time for the next airplane. KLM Flight 755, going to Kiddo. 777-200 the PHBQI. "19-year-old airplane, first flight November 2004. No winglets on the United, indeed Lisa, nor are they present on this airplane. More Delta, more KLM. A330 Delta Airlines flights 47 up next to New York JFK. And we still have a nice queue. 777 KLM. KLM. Baltic. American. Another A330 hailing from 2007, this one from August. Celebrating its 17th birthday this month. Next up, 777-300 airtime going to Johannesburg in South Africa, KLM flight 591. Lined up, ready to go. No time to waste, it's pulling up already. As you can see, also this 777 has no winglets, no sharklets, no nothing. Bald. What it does have is two big ass engines, creating one of the best opuses in the game, Opus 90 by General Electric. Pete says, looks like a Cargolux Italia 747 has now a pushback. Oh boy, if that's going to take off from this runway, we are so lucky. Now, what do you see? You see an Embraer. Look at the winglets. Nearly vertical, not too tall. This is an Embraer 190, easy to see. And Air Europa up behind it, going to Madrid. Think that this airplane will take off first though. KLM flight 1219, 737-700, lined up, ready to go to Stockholm. Wake turbulence of the 777 first has to dissipate, otherwise it's going to be a bumpy start of the ride. Jan Jansen, goedemorgen. Others who have joined in the meantime, good morning. Happy hour here at Polderbaan. 2-for-1 departures. Everybody is jumping in. The line cutter will be going next. KLM flight 913 to Aberdeen. Embraer 190. Fexy Lady. PHEXY is its registration. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight February 2018. What up, Captain? Turning and burning. That's how they roll. Hey Clementia, goedemorgen. André, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Well sounds of the A220 Bombardier C-Series. Going to bring some riggers to Riga to have some rigatoni for dinner. Air Baltic Flight 618 Bombardier C-Series 300 A220 as they're called these days. So quiet now if you compare that with the other airplanes that we heard earlier. Swear to God, first time I heard these airplanes and the E2 as well, spool up, I really thought, when are you going to go to full thrust? What up NDB, Morgan, herzlich willkommen. Next up is American Airlines going to Philly. Flight 203, 7878 Dreamliner. Spooling up already. 3-year-old airplane. The first flight of this airplane was in December 2020. Now if you look closely, you might find hints where this airplane is coming from. You really need to look good, and once you see it, it's quite obvious. It's going back to where it came from, the United States of America. It is an American. It's subtle, granted, but it's there. Finnair A350 fan says, hey bro, I got new shoes today. I'm chilling, watching this, having water. Nice, new shoes. What kind of shoes? Sneakers? Something else? Air Europa to Madrid. Lining up already and going already. Seven 787-9 Dreamliner. Four years old, first flight August 2020. Blue suede shoes indeed. Little light snack in between to cleanse the palate. EasyJet A320 to Berlin. After that, TUI Dreamliner. EasyJet flight 27945. Austrian registered. 9-year-old airplane. First flight April 2015. Also, a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Uffel 80. Uffel 80? Uffel 80? Thank you so much for choosing AMS Live. I hope you will like it in the lounge. The custom emojis are now at your disposal. Use them whenever you want. Spamming is not allowed, except when you use custom emojis. Thank you for choosing AMS Live, Uffel. Welcome to the club. Pete says 747 Cargolux Italia now on the move. Has it been assigned this runway, or is center also going to open? No, it's 11:24, right? Should be good. 747 coming this way, hopefully. Now we've got a lot of viewers watching today. I hope you guys are liking the show. If you are enjoying yourselves and you think others might also like this type of content, drop a like please. It's not for me, but it is to make streams like these more accessible to those people who don't know the channel yet, but who might also be interested in content such as this. Subscribe if you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams. We have another Dreamliner, this one from TUI, going to Willemstad, Curaçao, the sea in the ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, Curaçao. Parts of the Kingdom of the Netherlands lying off the coast of Venezuela in the Caribbean Sea. The airplane is 10 years old, it had its first flight in May 2014. Let's look and listen. Hey Bob, didn't see you there. Bob says Singapore A350 has pushed back. I'm so afraid that Singapore might take off from center. Center is probably going to open up again for departures in less than 15 minutes. If we are unlucky, maybe in 10 minutes or so. So the Cargolux is on the move already. That is probably going to take off from this runway. Fingers crossed, folks. Don't want to get your hopes up too high. Ah, Nimbo Cumulo, but it is still Scorchio. Oh, and the fries truck has arrived. I believe I'm not allowed to call these French fries, but it is Oerfried. JetBlue still in the house, but soon to take off to Boston, Massachusetts. A321neo, flight 632. Sarah not in the chat, or is she? The real deal. She's coming home. QJ says I expect Singapore also to polder. That is nice. Willem FS, good morning. And all others who have joined, welcome to the show, folks. JetBlue to Boston, Massachusetts. This A321 is 3 years old and had its first flight in August 2021. And this is also what I'm hearing in real life. The volume, it seems to reflect off the ground and momentarily getting louder. It's not an artifact of the microphone, but it's also something that I noticed over here in true life. Noticed it when listening back to a stream one day. Still no Viagra in the air. We have a near perfectly flaccid windsock. Still an exciting stream, regardless. Got another 787-10 Dreamliner coming this way. KLM flight 605 to San Francisco. Hey there, Fred. Fred Lee also tuning in. Welcome. Folks, if you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We've got a lot of viewers. They're all friendly. And a lot of them are very knowledgeable. So if you have any questions, shoot. Hey, Benny. Goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Long time no see. Where is it? Has it been? Hey, folks. I spy with my little eye a Queen of the Sky coming our way. My, my, my. Ah, you're a woman of good taste, Lois. Patatje oorlog, always nice. Now, patatje oorlog isn't everywhere the same in the Netherlands. Some places it is peanut sauce, mayonnaise, onions, c'est ça. To me, a true patatje oorlog also has to have curry sauce. Wayne also tuning in. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Barb's also back. How have you been doing? It's been a while. Where has it? Have you been in Lurkers Lounge? Good to have you back, at least, Barb's. Ian, good morning. Ian asks, what's the best plane you'd say has ever landed there? Pooh. I remember, I wasn't there, I was still a small boy living at home with my mom, and I think it must have been the late 90s or something, but the best airplane, and I didn't see it land, I didn't see it when it was on the apron, but I did hear it and see it when it took off again. It was the Concorde. Without a doubt the best airplane. It was amusing at the time. That airplane came over, I was outside, I looked up, I saw the Concorde, but it was sounding like a fighter jet. My neighbors at the time, our neighbors at the time, were refugees from Iran, and my neighbor came out as she was panicking, semi-panicking, thinking we were under attack. Because it was sounding like fighter jets flying over. I think that must be the most awesome airplane that I remember having seen at Schiphol Airport. Cargolux to Luxembourg. This is definitely one of the best out there. Visiting Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Beautiful 747. Going to Luxembourg. 20 years old. First flight April 2004. Let's bring her a little bit closer by. I don't recall anymore, Graham. It's been decades ago. All I know is I was sitting in the backyard, heard a terrible noise, looked up and I saw the beautiful Concorde passing by. Lasted very briefly, obviously, because it flies so much faster than regular commercial jets did. Singapore Airlines A350-900 to Singapore. How lucky are we to see this airplane as well? Harry asks if I ever saw the Antonov 225 live. Sad answer is no, unfortunately not. Chuck says that it was Air France that landed the Concorde at Amsterdam in the 90s at some occasions. Okay, so it probably was a French one then. Une air baguette, but damn, one sexy baguette. Now, is the narrowbody over here, Croatia Airlines, going to cheat? No, it's going to stay faithful and continue to the threshold. So Singapore Airlines will more than likely be the first airplane then. I think so. We do have another narrowbody over there. Is that the one that says, yep, ignorance is bliss. Greece is bliss. What a mistake, Tumaika. Singapore Airlines, A350-900 to Singapore, flight 323. Lined up, ready to go. 7-year-old airplane. First flight June 2017. Narrowbody after a wide body means that the narrowbody will have to wait until the wake turbulence has dissipated sufficiently. Thought I heard an A330. There he is. No triple as well. First in, first out. They're departing in order of appearance. Hey Hans, morgen. Welcome one and all. Croatia Airlines to Zagreb lined up right now, A319. 24 years old, the 9A CTL. First flight June 2000. Jesse is asking, which spotters place are you standing at? I'm standing south of the Polderbaan main spottersplaats. The official spottersplaats is over there, and I'm standing a bit further to the south. Over here you have a little roundabout. dead end road. The webcam from, what's it called, Vision Planner or something, Vision something something, that's over there. It's just an unmanned security camera. Sky Express going to Heraklion up next, A320neo. And after that it is back to the wide bodies with a A330 first, an A330 first, 777, and another 777 coming this way. Is that also coming this way? Looks like a Dreamliner. Looks like it might be coming our way. Windmills in the background, still standing still, as you guys can see. We have a slight breeze, but it isn't anything substantial. More cloud formation in the meantime. Delta A3, Blue Delta A330. So used to saying Delta whenever I see an A330, but this is KLM flight 535 to Kigali. A330-200, it's the PHAOA. Sounds Italian, Italian-American. 19-year-old airplane, first flight August 2005. Hey, Lily also back in the chat. Good morning, Lily. Good to see you again. Timster, good morning. Pete is saying that the center is now open. First plane to take off is take off from there. Okay, yeah. Cool. Next airplane is already spooling up. Going to Willemstad, Curaçao, 777-200 KLM flight 733. PHBQG. This was 20 years old, first flight April 2004. And Kermit has also awoken. Not sure if you guys heard him. Kermit is hiding over there, somewhere in the grass. I'm sure I heard him just now. Another 777 lined up, ready to go to Houston in Texas. United Airlines Flight 21, 777-200 25-year-old airplane. First flight September 1998. Probably going to be a smoky departure. In the meantime, the first airplane just took off from center again. So now until 1 o'clock, was it? 2 runways open for departures, parallel departures to the north. And that growl is second to none. That's just quite differentiating between, you can differentiate between the 200s, the older 200s, and the freighters and the 300s by the engine sound. That low growl is something typical for the older 200s. The next airplane is coming this way, another 787-10. To Toronto. Interestingly, they are taking the shortcut crossing center runway, the Delta Airlines behind it, to Boston as well. Hey Rolf, goedemorgen. Is it still morning? Yeah, it is still 15 minutes of morning. United to Houston. Now, the Turkish 777-300 to Istanbul is going to take off from center shortly. While we're waiting for the 2 heavies that are coming this way, we can probably watch its departure. I'm not saying necessarily that the 200 is louder than the 300 Zerlurk. It's just that the tune it strikes is different. It's a different tune. Ryan asks, do you think there will be any A340s taking off today? I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be, Ryan. Thing is that the only carrier that used to operate the A340 is Suriname, and they have said goodbye to the A340. They are now flying A330s to and from Paramaribo. So unless we are lucky and an unexpected one is landing, visiting Amsterdam, there are no regulars that are flying A340s to Schiphol anymore. Lily says, I have my Dutch family over. LOL, they sound just like you. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Hello there, Dutch family. Goeiedag. Also a massive big thank you to Always Running, who is celebrating 6 months of membership. Hi everyone, greetings from Denmark. Always Running says, thank you so much for your continued support. I hope you still like it in the lounge. Good morning to you too. Greetings from the Netherlands is back. Hope everything is still okay in the lounge, and do let me know if something isn't to your liking. And also a big thank you and congratulations to Dirk on tour, celebrating 3 months of membership, and he says we'll be in YYZ next Sunday. Awesome. Which airline are you going to fly to Toronto? In the meantime, Turkish A330 777-300 to Istanbul, flight 1952, on the move on the center runway. Immediately becomes number 10 on flight radar, tracked by 164 people. Are we controlling flight radar again with the audience? That would be great. Cannot linger too long. (787-10), number 7 on flight radar, tracked by 204 people. I think we are controlling the top 10 a little bit. This is KLM flight 691 to Toronto. 787-10 Dreamliner. Relatively new. First flight May 2023. Just a year old. Right, so we have a heron fishing competition over here. Not sure who has caught the most fish already, but they're still competing. Indeed, Lisa, Flight Radar got nothing on the AMS live audience. JD says, did you see that the A380 became #1 on Flight Radar after it landed? You mean earlier in the week? I didn't see it. I think I saw it until #2. If we made it #1, that is terrific. Delta Airlines to Boston. Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts, A330-300. Loud mofo, 9 years old. First flight January 2015. It's like watching paint dry and the retraction of the main gear of an A330, and when we could still see them, the A340. Right, Lily has got to go make pancakes. Nice, pannenkoeken. Too bad you live too far to bring me some. I would love some fresh pancakes. Enjoy, Lily. See you on the next one. Now what the fudge. Arjan, thank you so much. Just now gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that, mate. Don't forget to say thank you if you're one of the 10 recipients of Arjan's gifted memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, folks. Courtesy of Arjan, 10 new members. That is above and beyond, mate. Thank you so much, Arjan. Dankjewel. Rare Emperor. Rare Emperor, Rare Emperor. Looks like we are also in for a Rare Emperor E2-195 to Billund. Coming this way, but still underway. In the meantime, Sun Express going to COV, which is Mersin. Lord have Mersin. Where is Mersin? Is that in Turkey? It sounds like it might be in Turkey. Let's take a bit of vodka while we're contemplating and waiting. Jeroen, goedemorgen. Christophe, hi there. So this is Sun Express to Mersin. Why am I thinking of that Shy Guy song? Oh Lord, have mercy, mercy, mercy. Right. That must be the vodka. Now traffic is coming this way. It's just a long taxi. It has all the incoming traffic to Polderbaan has the taxi around the center runway. They're not crossing it anymore. They go around the threshold on the north side or on the south side. Meanwhile, Air Baguette is lined up and ready to go to Paris-Charles de Gaulle. Flight 1445, A321. And Marijn says Mersin Airport is near Tarsus and Adana. Oh, why didn't you say so? And where are Tarsus and Adana? It's not helping, at least not me. Moonshine with a bit of methanol in it, Frank. So not only will I go deaf here, I'm also going blind, slowly but surely. Air France is on the way. Air Baguette, oui oui, omelette du fromage. Merci beaucoup de rien. À votre service. À bientôt. Salutjes. More bird control. This is H1, the bird control van. Interesting. Something up? Don't know for sure. The next airplane is coming this way. Is it going to line cut or is it going to stay faithful and not cheat? Yep, faithful. E2 Embraer. Alright, it is in Turkey. Against the Lebanese border. Cool. Now Lois also, thank you so much for your continued support. 9 months, what the fudge? Thank you so much for your support there, Lois. I hope everything is still good in the lounge. Do let me know if something isn't to your liking. That goes for all members. Always looking to improve stuff if I can, if something needs to be improved. Thank you so much for your continued support. And even if you decided not to stay on as a member, I hope you will still stay a frequent visitor, Lois. Now back to the action. E2 Embraer 195 to Billund, dropping off bills. Hopefully paid bills. Oh, I've got a race on. Oh, beeping. Why is that? Was it seeing something? Interesting. I almost got the feeling for a moment that it was trying to catch up with the airplane and warn them about something, but of course that would have been a futile effort. Huh. Odd. Right, Adrian says that the DC-3 Dakota is flying in Limburg. Nice, nice. Oh, and Syria is still in between. Okay, thanks Jeroen for the correction. KLM 737. This is BA. Pity the fool that is going to London Heathrow. A319. The Guppy. G-E-U-P-Y. Guppy. Guppy also taking off from the threshold, continuing past Cheater's Lane. Resisting the temptation of the devil. Choosing the path of righteousness to the threshold. Only fitting. Saint BA. Meanwhile, Omer has watched a few times without being subbed and subbed 5 minutes ago. Greetings from Enschede, he says. Omer, welcome to the show, mate. And also very nice of you to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Hope that the content is to your liking, and I hope it goes for everybody. Now, don't be afraid to say hi like Omer just now did. If you are new to the channel, if you want to interact, feel free to do so. It's always appreciated. It's not mandatory. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. A lot of people are still watching and they're all friendly and many of them are knowledgeable. British Airways A319 flight 431 to London Heathrow. 23-year-old airplane, first flight March 2001. Let's get loud. Ready. Noon has begun. The afternoon over here. Big picture wise. Over here, looking to the west, mostly blue skies, a few high clouds. Most of the cloudiness that you see is forming east of us, land inward. There is a slight breeze. There is a little bit of horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke, unlike in the beginning. The water ever so slightly more ripply than it was in the beginning, when it was a real perfect mirror. Adrian says that Suparna is also taxiing. Is it coming this way? Probably. Also a big thank you to Always Running, who just now gifted the membership. Stephen WX was the recipient. Don't forget to say thank you to Stephen. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. And Always Running, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Welcome, Stephen. Now, bon appetit, Lise, who has to go for a moment, gonna eat some delicious Belgian fries. Ah wel, smakelijk. That is a nice dish to have for lunch. Some fries. Meanwhile, we're waiting for traffic to come this way. United Dreamliner is on the move. What's also on the move? KM Malta. Suparna 747 has had a pushback. Now Suparna usually flies over, if it's going back to China, it is flying over Russian airspace, which means it usually takes the departure to the north from Polderwaan. Has anybody had a look already on that website where you can also see the runway assignments for outbound traffic? Is it actually coming this way? Hey, Stefan is bringing us good news. LA28 confirmed for 3-6 left. So that is going to be the 4th consecutive day that we are going to see the special livery A350 of Delta Airlines, the LA28 Olympics. It debuted on Thursday, so perfectly on all streaming days this week. Each day we get to see it. And indeed, Adriaan, they're having lunch in the tower. I'm surprised that the heat distortion is not so severe that it allows us to have a decent look into the tower and see what's going on over there. It feels a bit warmer, but I suppose that the absence of wind is what is causing the subjective temperature, not so much the objective temperature. If you can still follow what I'm saying, it means that I think that although I am warm, it isn't very warm, and that causes less heat dissipation, heat distortion. Unless we go beast mode with the digital zoom. Which I think is better that we not. Daniel asks if I can put Iberia tail emoji. I could, but I'm not going to. The slots for new emoji are very difficult to obtain. Depends on the amount of members. So you need to cross a certain number of members and then one emoji becomes available at certain points. And Iberia isn't that much of a frequent visitor that I think it already warrants a dedicated emoji. Pretty sure that there are other things that we can think of that we can use it much more frequently for. Now how is this going to work out? A bit lower. Bam! Lufty. Saw it coming. Still waiting for that perfect alignment where you are fully zoomed into the tower and you happen to see an airplane pass right behind it. That would be awesome for a thumbnail. Finnair A350 is also on the move. That is coming this way, folks. That is coming this way. Bananas also had a pushback. Where's the banana going to? Madrid or London? The one to London will be taking off from Polderwaan, the one to Madrid probably center. Clemencia says that the A380 will arrive around 5 minutes past 1 o'clock. Well, we'll see. If it is arriving after 1 o'clock, it is probably going to arrive on 36 right, the furthest away it can land for us today. That is a pity. Koen asks what the biggest passenger airplane is, and I think JD is right. I think it is the A380. Meanwhile, we have an E2 Embraer that has arrived on this side and is making its way over to the runway threshold. We have a United Dreamliner that is also coming this way. There's the Dreamliner. And the E2. About to line up. KLM flight 1139 to Dublin. E2 Embraer 195, PH NXB. 3 years old, first flight February 2021. Showtime, doing a turn and burn. Yep. Hey Drew, good morning. Finnair A350 has also cleared the southern threshold of the center runway and is coming up this way. Movement in the scale of chimney smoke, as Windfinder was indicating, the wind was expected to pick up as the day progresses, as it often is the case. Wind from the northwest, I believe later a bit more, no, I think it was north to northwest today. So runway configuration is not expected to change anytime soon. And this is United Airlines Flight 947, which will be going to Washington DC. 7878 Dreamliner. Years old, first flight July 2013. Emirates 777 on the threshold of the center runway. Thanks for the update, Pete. We'll probably see it in the background pretty soon. Yep. Speaking of the devil. Emirates Flight 146 to Dubai, 777 300. Positive rate, gear up. Another batch of airplanes coming this way. I'm counting 5 at least in total. First airplane to line up over here is United Airlines Flight 947 to Washington. Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, 11 years old, first flight July 2013. Fire in the hole, let's go, party time. Iberia Express. Off to Madrid. Next up, Finnair A350. Check it out. A bunch of narrow bodies behind it. Hey there Navy Jack, good morning. And all others who have joined in the meantime, good morning. You're still watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and we are standing along the Polderbaan runway 36 left. One of two runways in use for departures. And between 1 and 2, the only runway for outbound traffic. Finnair A350 to bloody Helsinki, making its way over to the runway threshold. Immediately followed by a little itty bitty Embraer 190 to Oslo, which I'm not sure is going to follow, or maybe will it cheat? It is KLM, they are cheaters. Hey there Rafael, good to see you again mate. John BX, good afternoon to you too. Welcome mate, hope all is well. Now in the meantime we have our answer. Wasn't hearing any engine sounds of airplanes that turned towards us, so first in, first out in the order of appearance. More Embraers over there. Embraerfest will resume. But before that, the Finnair A350 to bloody Helsinki, flight 1302, Moomin livery. Look at the back side of the fuselage and you will see. The airplane is 5 years old, had its first flight in April 2019. Okay. With an Embraer lined up. What is this Embraer going to do? That's the question. Another cheater? Wouldn't that be something? Now Peter, thank you so much for your super chat. The most beautiful airplane, the A350. I totally agree. The A350 and the A220, in my book, the two most pretty modern airplanes. If you widen the time frame a little bit, of course the 747 also has to be included, but last generation, so to speak, A350 and the A220, second to none. Right, what's going to be the order of departure? Probably the Embraer 190 lined up first. KLM flight 1201 to Oslo. Or is it? Yep, we have our answer. KLM flight 1201 to Oslo, Embraer 190, rare Embraer. Oh, it's going to be number 3. Still not moving. Where is it? It is moving. KLM flight 915 to Aberdeen, Embraer 175. turning and burning. Okay. Pete says A300 and 747 Superno on the move. Have they been assigned to Polderbaan? Or will one of them take off from center? Next up is another Embraer 190, KLM flight 1167, outbound to Bergen. 14-year-old airplane, first flight February 2010. Hey Vivian! Nice, isn't it? Vivian says, I like that you can also watch this live on YouTube. Modern technology. Superno 747 coming to Polderbaan. Thanks, Paul. And what about the A300? Where's it going to? Oh, I already see Leipzig. Yeah, center lining up. We're waiting for traffic to come this way so we can also already prepare for the departure of the Banana. Now lining up the DHL A300 600 to Leipzig. Time for some more vodka. Still chilled nicely in my thermos. We're waiting for the climb out of DHL to Leipzig. An A300 600 freighter, 31 years old already. The first flight of this airplane we're about to see was in January 1993. Marissa is also back in the chat. Goed om je weer te zien, Marissa. Goedemiddag. And I see also that Captain Jerry is back in the chat. He is coming in with a bang, as he often is, gifting 5 memberships. Jerry, welcome back. Good to have you, mate. Hope you're doing well. And a massive big thank you for another 5 members, courtesy of you. Thank you so much, Jerry. Don't forget to say thank you if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships. Don't also forget to use the custom emojis that now are at your disposal as a member. Jerry, thank you so much, and welcome back, mate. We've missed you. Hope all is well. We already sent the Delta A330s to PDX. They're on your way. On their way to you, I should say. This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Nicholas says, I've just been asked to cut the grass. Is 11:30 a.m. too early for a beer? Well, I'm not sure if the sun shining. Otherwise, I've always been told that you shouldn't cut grass when the sun is shining on it. When I cut my grass, I usually do it in the late afternoon when the sun is no longer directly shining on it. Now, obviously, if it is overcast, then that doesn't apply. Is there a way out with that excuse for you, Nicholas? Peter says, cutting grass without beer doesn't work. Oh shit! No wonder I've been having so much difficulty with it. Should have cracked open a beer. How could I have forgotten? 747 is incoming indeed. It is now turning around the threshold of the center runway. So, the beautiful Superna 747 is coming this way, folks. Going to Nanjing in China. Right, a lot of traffic around the center runway. And only one airplane now about to line up on it, or is it? Is that KLM Embraer? What's it doing? No, it's also passing by. Okay, are they all coming this way? Huh? Okay. Center is still open? I'm assuming it is. Interesting. So it seems that all the traffic that you now see around the center runway will be coming this way. So another outbound peak by the looks of it. Michael also back in the chat. Good to have you, mate. We did have one CRJ earlier. You missed it, obviously. CRJ to Copenhagen. For what it's worth, you didn't miss a lot. It was a plain Jane livery. But still. Now if you look at flight radar, ladies and gentlemen, there is quite a few movement for outbound traffic, and most of that now seems to be coming this way. I even see the Delta Airlines Flight 49, the A330neo, which you see in the background, is actually crossing the center runway. So it's no longer in use, and despite not being in use, you can see that a lot of the traffic is going around it. Really don't know why. Transavia is going to center. Okay. I was almost starting to wonder, is something up, and have they closed the runway? Okay. Now, the first airplane leading the way has arrived, staying faithful, choosing the right path to the threshold, forgoing the devil's lure, cheater's lane. It's need 2 Embraer 195 to Edinburgh. Jerry asks, where is the little fucker? Yeah, that mother is out of sight from over here. I think in the background you see the terminal building over there. I think it is probably somewhere on the other side of the building, in that vicinity somewhere. Unfortunately, we cannot see it from over here. Whale sounds indicating the spooling up of KLM flight 97. Going to Edinburgh, E2 Embraer 195. Boom, 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 boom. Mass cargo has pushed back. Where's it going to go to, Pete? The heavy hitters are coming. The heavy hitters are coming, folks. If you want to see the departures, but you have to take a piss or want to grab a fresh cup of coffee, you still have a few more minutes. The Queen is number 2. Delta A330neo is number 1. Delta Airlines Flight 49 arriving or going to New York JFK. Hey. Her Majesty the Queen, and in her wake Air Canada Flight 809 to Toronto, A330-300, Embraer 175 and the Embraer 190 behind them as well. Got a couple of more narrow bodies that are now circling around the southern threshold of the center runway. Play is also underway. What a sight to behold. And Mascargo going to Doha. That is a candidate for center then, indeed. Still, we can see it from over here if it's not too busy over here. But it's looking like traffic will be picking up in the next couple of minutes. Jerry asks, what does the body of a 747 look like? Exactly like this. It looks well, indeed. So on its way to the threshold now is Delta Airlines Flight 49. We will turn the camera to the right in a few moments. Going to New York, JFK, A330 Neo. Really brand spanking new. First flight of this airplane was in June 2024. It's on its way to Nanjing in China. It's a 17-year-old airplane, first flight July 2007. Right, showtime. Delta Airlines Flight 49 to New York, JFK, A330 Neo. Now, it must be getting more busy on flight radar. Suparna not yet in the top 10 on flight radar. Suparna Airlines, flight 87412 to Nanjing in China. Second Queen we are going to see take off in today's show. This is a 747 freighter, which is 17 years old, had its first flight in July 2007. Now JD, thank you so much for just now gifting 5 memberships. I see we have 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that. If you have been liking the stream so far and you haven't added to the likes, don't forget to do so. Don't do it for me, but do it for the other folks who might also be interested in content such as this, but who haven't come across the channel yet. Let's take a listen, it's showtime. Beautiful. Things are picking up over here at Polderbound Threshold and the cheaters lane. We have airplanes galore. We have a cheater that will take off pretty soon, but probably not before the Air Canada A330 300, which has robbed the banks from our money. Air Canada Flight 809. Canada Flight 809 on its way to Toronto, 15 years old, first flight March 2009. Also a big thank you to Lois, who just now gifted the membership. I see that Cole Moore was gifted the membership. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. And also the recipients of JD's gifted memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Don't forget to say thank you if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships just now. Lois and JD, thank you both so much. Let's turn back. We have the line cutter still over here. We have a queue for the threshold. Question is, when will the line cutter line up and cut? Probably not before this airplane is going to take off. KLM number 175, flight 11777 to Stavanger. It's the PHEXX FAX. Spitting FAX here on AMS Live. 6-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. Stefan says that the KLM 772 is also coming to 36 left. That's great news. Lisa is back. You missed Suparna, the 747, the second 747 took off a couple of minutes ago, Lisa. Right, the line cutter is cutting. Boom, headshot. KLM flight 939 to Glasgow. A true, actual, proper KLM Embraer 190. Yeah. JD's right, Lisa. We tried to hold it, but they started honking. Pilots were threatening to get out of their airplanes to walk up to the Suparna. So they caved in. Couldn't be stopped, unfortunately. This is KLM flight 1233 to Göteborg. Embraer 190. Beautiful sharklets. Or is it winglets? I always get them confused. I think it's the same. On the Embraer 190 they are upward facing and not as tall as with the Embraer 175, whose are taller or longer. Not necessarily taller, but more outward facing. And indeed, Nick, large heron. There was a fishing competition going on. There were two actually. I think the second one, yeah, the second one is further upstream. Sally the seagull is also there. Fishing competition of the herons today. Not sure who is winning. They're still competing, I think. The match hasn't ended yet. Transavia going to Fuerteventura. Fifteen-year-old 737, the PHHSA. Toyota has Starlets. Do they still make them? Probably not. I remember them. Toyota Aigos avant la lettre, more or less. Next up, German Airways going to Aalborg, flying for KLM, Embraer 190. Flight 1285 and playtime after that, ladies and gentlemen. Playtime after that. So if you are one of the fresh new members and got gifted a membership, one of the custom emojis is playtime. Be sure to use it. Most cargo on the threshold for center. Thanks for the update, Pete. That's a bit of a pickle then. Hey, thanks for the update, Paul. Stopped making the Starlet in 1999. Maybe Mascargo can wait a few moments and play can hurry the F up. Mascargo is already on the move. Shoot. Yeah. Well, in that case, play has to wait. Mascargo, double chinned, fat bastard. Where's that fat shaming? If it is, I apologize. Don't want to ruffle any feathers with the woke viewers who might be... Nah, they're not watching. They've tuned off already and left a dislike probably. Indeed, Frank. Al Bundy says, let's play. 4 touchdowns in 1 game. Poke high. That's what I'm talking about. Lisa is gonna cancel me. Ooh. I dare you to. Right. Play flight 461 A320neo to Reykjavik. Ooh, breeze is picking up, nice. New airplane this was, 1 year old, first flight March 2023. Plane spotter YouTube drama. There's no drama here. It's all peace, love and happiness. Yeah, man. Right. KLM 737 on the move. KLM 777-200 also on the move, coming this way to Las Vegas. KLM flight 635. Let's check in now if any of you ATC guys are covertly watching the channel. Please give us a low-key wave to indicate that you see us. We're seeing you. Now, there's always a few seconds delay between me actually saying the words here and YouTube letting you hear it. Yeah. If you're watching the channel, get up and move to the left. Right. Thanks. See, there you go. Proof that they are watching the channel. You see it here. They're silently, covertly confirming it. KLM flight 635 coming this way. Lisa asks, do I have to go all the way to Reykjavik to have some playtime? I'm sure you can play in Amsterdam as well, or in Brussels, or in Paris. Adler second for runway center. So another 737 lining up, taking off just now. The Embraer 190 to Stuttgart. The Adler. The Eagle that had landed will be taking off again to Stuttgart. Right. Hey, Marissa says LL737 coming to 36 left, so center closing soon. That almost certainly has to be the case then. It is 10 minutes to 1, so makes sense. Between 1 and 2, Polderbound once again the only runway for outbound. Adrian says, I think they're watching you for an hour with binoculars. Didn't see any reflections, any sparkles. That seems to indicate that is the case, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were. Obviously, they're big fans. They're just effing with us all of the time, particularly when it comes to the runway assignment of the A380. Adler to Stuttgart on its way. Pretty in pink. Now we saw Herpy already. Adler we see nu now nu. That's a very atypical Dutch word used that I normally don't do. Chucky is still MIA, right? Where is it? Are we still going to see it? ATC mocking me indeed, JD. Omer has to take off to other destinations, hoping to land again soon. Well, Omer, it's been a pleasure. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the rest of your day and see you soon, hopefully. KLM Asia on its way to the United States of America pretty soon. Number 8 on Flight Radar, tracked by 188 people. Rookie numbers. We have a multiple of that number watching. KLM Flight 635, 777-200 to Las Vegas. 19-year-old airplane. First flight September 2004. Happy New Year, more fireworks. A380 confirmed for landing at Buitenvelderbaan. Okay, thank you, Pete. That means that we can barely see it from over here. I think you even have more visibility when you're standing on the north side, because the trees that you see in the foreground, I think, are interfering sooner, when the airplane is still further out of the airport on the glide slope. We'll see. Still flying in the vicinity of Elburg, so still 15 or so minutes out. Hey Klaas, good to see you, mate. And Lisa is aging quite rapidly since she started watching the stream with all those Happy New Years. Yeah, but at least they've been Happy New Years. They've been happy years, happy days. I think that's also where the expression "time flies when you're having fun" comes from. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the next airplane to come this way. 737 to Copenhagen, the first airplane to come this way. Lufthansa in the meantime, in the background, to Munich. Little A319. Temperature's not too bad here, Klaas. On paper it is 20 or so, but there's hardly any wind here, so it's not as warm as when you guys were over here, but it is definitely shorts and t-shirt weather. Marissa says, why are they opening up 27 when 36 right is already in use and center opening for arrivals as well? Maybe let's have a look at Bezoek Bus after this airplane has taken off, see what they are planning. In the meantime, I do see the first duck over here. We have already established long time ago that there are now night owls, and one has woken up. He's having some breakfast. KLM flight 1271 to Copenhagen, 737-800. Pretty duck with pretty yellow eyes. Shut the fudge up. Enough fireworks. They want to get us in retirement home early with all those New Year's. Enough is enough. Om yum 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 yum. Om yum 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 yum. So tasty. Let's check things out, starting with Bezoek Bas. Have a look at their expected runway use. Let's see, for the afternoon, Amsterdam Polderbaan 27 does not seem to be in the list. It seems that they are going to continue the runway use of this morning already. Wind is all over the place. A lot of variability in the direction. 23C right now and still sub 5 knots. What is it? 4 knots to above 4. Is it the LVNL website perhaps effing with us? With fake news about runway 27 opening up? Could that be it? Or are they actually going to do a different runway configuration? Could be. Arriving on 06, arriving on 27, and then departures from 36 left is also a valid configuration. Jane says, yesterday I watched a family of ducks eating their way through a duckweed overgrown pond. They were like lawnmowers. Imagine swimming in a sea of food. Yeah, no wonder that they're doing so much cardio. They have to do that to compensate for all the calories that they're taking in. With such an abundance of food, you'll grow fat in no time if you don't exercise enough to compensate. Pete says 36 center opening up for landing. Okay. Interesting. Anyway, let's just see what happens. El Al flight 338 to Tel Aviv, the first next airplane, taking off. Ten-year-old airplane, first flight March 2014. Three-six center opening up for arrivals. So which runways are used for arrivals right now? 36 center, and is 27 now also open? In that case, A380 will still go there. Oh wait, it was already assigned to runway 27, wasn't it? Intense focus. The ducky still there. We have a line cutter coming this way. Looks like a KLM 737 as a Delta A330 is making its way over to the threshold. KLM flight 1583 to Lisbon. Oh, and I think my chat is freezing. Yeah, missed some of your messages. Last message that it was frozen on was shit pipe from Frank. Okay, let's see, 36 center and 27 for arrivals, okay. Orange Pride to 36 left, A380 third for landing. Hi Christian, good afternoon. I think I missed quite a few of your chats. Must have accidentally touched the screen and the chat froze. Right, so where is the A380? I think I see something. I think it was right in between, yeah, a little gap. Delta Airlines Flight 57 to Salt Lake City is now first taking off, A330neo. Where was it? No, too far. Really too far to the right. In the meantime, lined up over here is a Transavia 737-800 that is going to go to Ljubljana, which I propose we skip. Follow the A380 a bit longer, although as I was fearing, trees in the way, they will take the view away, I think sooner than when we were standing further to the north. Yo, Evan! The fudge! Thought you weren't going to join anymore, man. Hope all is well. 2 747s have taken off from this runway earlier in the stream. Right, all in for the last few seconds. And that was the A380. For some reason the Transavia still standing there. Suppose ATC was waiting for me to turn around the camera so that they could give a clearance. Yeah, let's wait until the streamer has finished filming the A380 and then we can resume with traffic over here. Transavia flight 6819 to Ljubljana in Slovenia. Now it's the ice cream truck over there. That's the French fries truck. The oerfrieten. No, that's just a regular van. That's not the ice cream truck. Dixies are there. And yeah, what a difference. All barren over here. No more traces of the fire that took place. That took care of it, I should say. Orange Pride coming this way. And I have had oerfried a couple of times before, Christian. When JD was over. Me, him. And also Jendrosek. Also had French fries. Later. That was with Sander Sake. That's it. Yeah, twice. Now in the meantime, center runway is being used for arrivals. Interesting configuration. So no longer are they using the Kaagbaan. Instead, the north-south oriented runways. The BVA. By the looks of it, still on the east side of the center runway. Still has the taxi around it. Hans' favorite airliner already on this side. There's absolutely traffic coming. A380 also in the background visible. TUI Dreamliner coming this way. G is also coming this way. The G will be leaving the house for Athens pretty soon. Hey! Pete says 747 cargo logs with the now without my mask livery assigned to land at Zwanenburg. The H1 bird controller giving a thumbs up. Right, let's see. Zoom out, filter flight radar also for inbound. I had it on just outbound only. Now let's see, where is the 747? Huh? Am I missing the 747? Oh wait, it is still flying quite a bit out. Okay, still flying over the North Sea. Right. It's like what, 20 minutes out still, if not more? Not sure how much longer I'm going to stick around for, obviously with a nice flow of traffic and some heavies and not just one after the other Embraer. I'm sticking around. If it is drying up a little bit, the traffic flow. Just as I turn around, they stop with the sound effects. The G is also following suit, or is it? Yeah. Resisting temptation, lure of the devil, the cheater's lane, gets passed by. TUI flight 387 to Aruba, Oranjestad. Lois has to go. Thank you for joining, Lois. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Hope to see you again later in the week. Tourist Boot tuning in just now. Welcome, mate. That bird controller has more sound effects than I do on my computer. Haha. Okay. You win. I don't have fireworks. I can set the building on fire, but I'm not gonna. Let's turn around. Aegean is leaving for Athens pretty soon. A320neo. Flight 3625. Airplane is a year old. The SX NEF. First flight November 2022. Let's see, we have a couple of narrow bodies coming this way. Royal Air Maroc to Nador, or Electra Airways flying for Royal Air Maroc or Air Arabia Maroc, I'm not quite sure. It says RAM, could be either. Narrow body. Fourth airplane is 777-300 to Nairobi. KLM flight 603 to LAX is also on the move. Let's go back to... Oh, no, that was an arriving airplane. Confusing if you have both inbound and outbound traffic on flight radar open. BizJet is coming this way. Orange Pride is the 777. Question now is, which airplane will take off first? The one in Cheater's lane, or the Electra that is very slowly progressing to the threshold? I think this one is going to go first. Looks like a turn and burn by Transavia 737-700 to Pisa, flight 5425. 21-year-old airplane, first flight April 2023. Fire in all, let's go. Orange Pride is going to be the third airplane to take off. Two preceding, starting with the Electra Airways, Royal Air Maroc, Air Arabia Maroc, something, A320 to Nador in Morocco. Versus says 74754 arrival on center. Thanks for the update. We'll keep an eye out for it. Probably won't coincide with the departure of the Orange Pride, but probably behind it, after it, I should say. Air Oink Oink to Istanbul, A321 Neo. Cheaters Lane is filling up again. Narrow bodies preceding the Orange Pride. Britty Hopper to Manchester? Yeah, Britty Hopper to Manchester. Wouldn't be surprised if another one was going to cut in front of the 777. Righty, 737 to Berlin, another 737-700, KLM flight 1777. Fifteen-year-old airplane, first flight October 2008. Right, the Embraer Phenom has also arrived on the side of the platform. There it is. Lovely little machine. KLM Orange Pride in the meantime lining up, ready to go. Probably won't have to wait long before getting clearance. 777-300 to Nairobi. KLM flight 565, 16-year-old airplane, first flight January 2008, making it just as old as Chucky. Also a big thank you to Yolanda, who just became a member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Hope you will like it in the lounge, Yolanda. Thank you for choosing AMS Live and for the support. Let's turn back quickly, have a look at what is coming. There's quite a few underway by the looks of it. The pipeline is filling. KLM flight 603 to LAX, Embraer 190 to Basel, got so much more airplanes that are now taxiing around the center runway coming this way. Tiny little Embraer Phenom 300, number 2. We'll be going to Biggin Hill. First SAS, flight 822, going to Oslo in a few moments. The Surst, S-E-R-S-T, Embraer 195 long range, not an E2, regular Embraer 195, 13-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2011. Also a Queen coming in. Right, 747 in the meantime behind the trees. Not without my mask. There it is. Embraer Phenom 300. And as the 787-10 to LAX is lining up on the threshold, we have a cheater that couldn't resist the devil's lure and is cheating. Going to boss hell and to regular hell for not resisting temptation. Again, flight 1945, Embraer 190, going to boss hell in a moment. It's the Visa, P-H-E-Z-A. Oh, and you'll have to pay, alright. $15-year-old airplane, first flight October 2008. Hey, the real deal back in the chat. What up, Sarah? We already sent Delta and JetBlue on your way to Boston. Not sure if we are going to have any more airplanes anytime soon. To Boston, that is. Obviously, Schiphol never sleeps. There's always another airplane at some point. KLM flight 603, 787-10 Dreamliner to LAX. PHBKH, 4-year-old airplane, first flight May 2020. After that it is nap time. Transavia to Naples, Napoli. I'm hearing engines of a Delta A330. Hey, what's that? Is that another BizJet? Sure is. Check out that profile. Oh, nice thing to look forward to, Sarah. We'll be flying with JetBlue, and I could have sworn that the BizJet was going to take Cheater's lane, but it isn't. It isn't. Smartline Cessna 680A citation latitude 5 years old. Will be departing to St. Gallen. That's Switzerland, right? I think it is. Transavia to Naples, 737-800, flight 6413. Also Andy Q, not sure if I said hi already. Welcome back, mate, hope all is well. Let's quickly turn back. We have a small BizJet before two wide bodies are going to take off. Wide body number 1, wide body number 2, and extremely narrow body number 1, the Cessna Citation to St. Gallen. Smart links. Fire in the hole, it's moving. Even can use some additional digital zoom to get it in. Or can I? Right, it's definitely going now. Almost like a fighter jet, isn't it? Amazing. Right. Still plenty of airplanes are coming. We actually have another queue forming here like we did before. Another Delta A330 lining up, flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, thank you all so much for crossing the 600 likes. First of all, Pete, thank you so much for your super chat. Also a massive big thank you once again to JD, who gifted another 5 memberships just now. Thank you so much, Jörg. You really shouldn't have. You know that. You're above and beyond when it comes to membership donations. Hope everybody says thank you who got gifted a membership. Also, that goes for Sarah, who also just now gifted 5 memberships. Sarah, thank you so much for that. Also, a big thank you. Warm welcome to all the new members. Don't forget to say thank you to JD or to Sarah respectively for your gifted membership if you are one of the recipients. And thank you both so much for those kind, generous donations. Okay, flight 791. In the meantime, taking off to Sao Paulo, 777-300 It usually means that the 777-200 to Sao Paulo is also not too far away. Meanwhile, current status quo. A330. Bloody cheat. No bloody cheat. No bloody cheat. This is the first next airplane to take off, I think, to Palma de Mallorca. Smart Links flying for TUI. A320, 20 years old. First flight made 2004. Versus says China, Air China Cargo 747 is being pushed back and confirmed for Polderbaan. Third queen of the show. Is that going to be? Right. Hope the power station will still make it. Just had a look. It indicated 20% full. It only has 5 20% increments, so it's 20, 40, 60, 80 and full. Forgot to charge it. Shame on me. Meant that I started the stream with a 60% full battery. Means that yesterday's stream took about 40%, but it might also be a bit more or a bit less. Right now it says 20%, that might be 20%, might also be close to 0. If the power goes, the switcher goes, and that will mean no more audio and video. Now, Embraer 175 to Birmingham up next. Mark says our positive energy will keep you streaming. Yeah, I wish I could charge the power station with the good energy. Yeah, so if anything goes, that is going to be the culprit. My new unlimited data also has a daily allowance of 20 gigabytes, so even that is no longer an issue. Don't have to top it up. My previous subscription was 10 gigs and I had to upgrade manually. That wasn't necessary. Embraer 175, no, Embraer 190 up next. Going to Hamburger. Hey there, Lionel, good day. Aodan says, looks like another beautiful day in the Netherlands. It is. It has become a bit more milky in the sky, and where we had lower clouds land inward initially, it now seems to also form west of me. Embraer 175 with the big winglets outward standing, going to Bristol, KLM flight 1079. Yellow is saying that the Delta A350 is coming, the special not the Special Olympics, but the Olympic special livery. The Special Olympics livery. What a mistake at Jamaica. KLM flight 877 A330-200 to Mumbai. Let's go. There we go, the pack is complete. Herpy already passed by. Adler passed by. Now we are complete. Also a massive big thank you to Marissa for your continued support. 16 months of membership already. You're part of the select group of 16-monthers already. The group is growing. Damn, it's been 16 months, she writes. Still a proud member. Thank you so much for your continued support, Marissa, and everything you have been doing as a moderator since you became one. Since you've become one. English is fading. Apologies. Hope you still like it in the lounge. Hope you still like moderating. If something isn't to your liking, do let me know. 16 months. Holy moly. So that is April. Did I? Yeah, probably also started with memberships then 16 months ago, right? Must be the case. Right. Upwards and onwards. Also applies to this Britty Hopper Embraer 190. On its way to Newcastle. Right, Maria signing off. Thank you for joining, Maria. Sleep tight. I hope to see you later in the week during the next one. What you looking at? What you looking at? Trip 7200 to Rio de Janeiro. Wherever the 777 to Buenos Aires is, the one to Rio isn't far off. Meanwhile, spooling up sounds of BBN Airlines going to Istanbul. A321. Chucky next to take off from the threshold. Not sure if Chucky will be the next airplane to take off though. The answer is no. The answer is no. Line cutter, bloody cheat. Bloody cheat. Adler, you bloody cheat. Is that the second departure in today's stream? I think it is. Yeah, it first took off from center, didn't it? What's this? It is Transavia going to Ibiza. And in the background, the Dreamliner to Washington. Next up, Chucky. Our favorite high carb Embraer 190 going to Düsseldorf. JD, it is coming. It is coming, mate. Embraer 190. KLM flight 1801. Bonbons. Oh. Cheater going first as the heavies are approaching the threshold. At least the 777 is lining up already. This is Transavia going to Ibiza, A321neo flight 5677. Brand new airplane, first flight March 2024. Alvin, what up, mate? 2 747s already took off and the third one is coming, as is the LA28 special livery, mate. What a timing. I hope that the power supply doesn't give in. Forgot to charge after yesterday's stream. At 20% now. Fishing competition. Well, there were two contenders. It's now just the one. Guess that makes him automatically the winner. Fourth consecutive day, folks. Fourth consecutive day. First 2 days we saw it taxiing on the apron. Yesterday we saw it arrive. It is poetic to see it on its 4th consecutive day take off. And Marissa's back for a 5th day tomorrow once more. Awesome. Awesome. Cool. The Netherlands got spoiled. Right, KLM flight 651 to Washington. 787-10 to Panama City. Delta A350 to question mark, but flight 75, we know that that is Atlanta, Georgia. KLM flight 757 to Panama City, 787-10 Dreamliner. Massive big thank you to Peter K, just now gifting another membership. Thank you so much for that, Peter. That is above and beyond. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. The member who got gifted the membership. Don't forget to say thank you to Peter. Peter, thank you so much, man. Very kind of you. KLM flight 757 to Panama City. Wind is picking up, folks. You might hear it on the mic. Otherwise you might notice the following is a bit more wobbly due to the wind. Definitely more ripples in the water over here. Wind feels like it is blowing from the northwest. Doesn't seem to be affecting Fidel Castro that much. I think Fidel Castro just had a heart attack and died and dropped out of the sky. Look at the scale of chimney smoke there. What a change. Third queen of the show coming this way, folks. 4th consecutive day, the LA-28 special livery A350 going to, what was it again? Atlanta, Georgia. Beautiful, beautiful. Air China cargo coming this way, 747, which is going to go to Shanghai in China. With in its wake an E2 Embraer 195 that is going to London Heathrow, and in the background far right we have KLM flight 641 777-200 to New York JFK. Now Paul, thank you so much for your super sticker, man. Very much appreciated. Per character turning around, waving his hand, saying "Hey you" while lowering his glasses. Hey you, thank you so much, Paul. That's very kind of you. A350-900 China Southern also coming this way. Oh, I hope the power station will keep up. We'll be able to keep up. EasyJet to London Gatwick, A319. Got a frog in my throat and I have no more vodka. Just a liter with me today. Already spent it all. Third queen. Lined up in the meantime. Shamrock. Going to Dublin. A320, flight 605. E2 Umbrella 195, Line Cutters Lane, could not resist the temptation of the devil and chose to cheat. KLM flight 1009 to London Heathrow. I hope it was worth it. E2 Umbrella 195. The airplane is already moaning. What did I do? Shouldn't have cheated. That's karma, bitch. Ron says, here's hoping that the 747 doesn't suck up our friendly Falcon, Mr. Kestrel. Surely it is having lunch now somewhere. Probably sitting somewhere on the sidelines, enjoying the view. Stephen also back in this chat. Good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Stephen will be streaming from San Francisco in a few weeks from now. Had a look on the weather radar, the weather app. It looks like definitely cooler weather over there than in Florida. Here we go. Air China Cargo flight 1040 to Shanghai, 747 freighter, 400 freighter to be more precise. First flight December 2005, making this 18 years old. Now, that's a mighty good looking 18-year-old. What's this we see next is a China Southern angry looking A350. This is KLM flight 641 to New York JFK. 777-200. Growling away. Another KLM Asia going to the United States. And that Chinese A350 is going to be next to Guangzhou, something like that. Apologies to all the Chinese viewers who are thinking that I'm raping their city names. That's absolutely true, and I apologize. More Delta A330s, KLM Dreamliner. Another Chinese triple to Shanghai on the move by the looks of it. JetBlue is coming this way, but not to Boston, to New York JFK. Time for the Chinese A350-900. China Southern Airlines to Guangzhou. 4-year-old airplane, first flight September 2019. Let's go! Steven wants us to send some 747s to Tampa. Man, I wish I could. We have a lot of traffic between Miami and Amsterdam, but Tampa will have to be there's a first time for everything, but I've yet to see it happen. Now this is the I lost count how many of Delta A330 today. Going to Detroit, flight 137. Bob, sleep well. Bye bye. Off to Detroit, 17-year-old airplane, first flight November 2006. Time for another Dreamliner. This is KLM flight 611 787-10 Dreamliner, destination Chicago O'Hare. PHBKC, 4-year-old airplane, first flight October 2019. Yeah, 10 or 11 at least lands, if not more. We had 4 consecutive ones, and then not too long after that, 1 or 2 more. And Marissa says, looks like China Cargo Airlines is the last heavy for a while for Polderbaan. In that case, that makes it a nice last airplane for today's show. First, KLM Flight 611 to Chicago, 787 Dreamliner time. Busy Lizzie, vlijtig Liesje. Now there's a hard choice. Which name is sounding nicer? Busy Lizzie, vlijtig Liesje. I think Busy Lizzie. Atlas 747, where is that? And in German it is fleißiges Lieschen. Schön. There you go. Ah, yeah, 747A to Seoul, going for Seoul searching, threshold, runway 24. Well, just an Embraer 175 lined up over here. In that case, let us wait for the 7478. JetBlue. Then the Chinese triple. Last airplane of the show. (7478) is rolling by the looks of it. I have no idea where we can expect that 747A to appear. Probably somewhere over here. I am keeping the shot a little wide just in case. (7478) Atlas Air going to Seoul. Way further than I thought. Holy moly. The reason it looked pixelated was because I was very much in the top end of digital zoom. This is back to the top end of optical zoom. Atlas Air, Boeing 7478 to Seoul for some soul searching. Right, penultimate airplane of the day. About to line up on 36 right, left. It's so confusing. JetBlue A321neo to New York JFK. Airplane is a year old, first flight June 2023. In the name of this, JetBlue understood the assignment. Badoomtsch. Message understood, and the message will self-destruct. Anyway, Petros, welcome mate, tuning in from Athens. This was the second to last airplane, the last airplane we're going to turn around to. So nice to see you, Petros. Bit unfortunate timing. We did have a great show though. Absolutely killed it with the Queens today. 4th consecutive day, the LA A350, LA Olympics 28, beautiful. Last airplane of the day, ladies and gentlemen, China Cargo Airlines, flight 210, going to Shanghai in China. 2-year-old airplane, first flight April 2022, 777 freighter. Now she goes to China. We could see yesterday, standing at the threshold of the Kaagbaan, just how high those stacks of cargo are. Man high, maybe twice as high. Absolutely amazing. That was the last airplane for today's show, folks. I hope you enjoyed the show as much as I have. It was a great show here. A lot to see. Queens galore, special liveries. A massive big thank you to everybody who tuned in. Hope you liked the stream. Thank you for your support if you dropped a like. Thank you for your support if you supported otherwise. Gifted memberships galore. Welcome new members. Also a big thank you for all the super stickers and the super chats and what else. Moderators, also a big thank you for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. Enjoy the rest of your day, folks. Hope to see you in the next one, which hopefully will be on Thursday. For now, I am going to say goodbye. Take care. See you soon.